Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to today's stream. Hope you're all having fun. Sorry it's a little bit later than I intended, but I've literally only just woke up. I did plan, or I did want to start this a lot earlier today. However, because I downloaded it at like 1 AM, I had a bit of a look then. I set up a save last night. I did load up the game briefly last night, just to check that it was going to work okay with, you know, my usual mods and stuff. And I'll just add a few little bits and pieces. Make life a bit easy. Add a TMR mixer. Just for funsies. Mainly I'm just trying to run the new DLC, basically, is what I'm running. Make sure I've got everything enabled that I need to have enabled. It is. Right, start. Earl and Grat, bring your vehicle to the shop or to your vehicle workshop for repairs. So that's what this map's called. Earl and Grat. Hello, Bob. Got Bob. Got Bob. I'm joined by one of my dogs. One of our dogs. Family dogs. Not my dog. I don't have a dog. But a loud one of my own. Here we go then. Oh, there's a bicycle. Ride the bicycle. Because that would be cool. That would be cool. So here we are on our farm. We have got our electric tractor with its little mowing unit. Very nice. We have got our lin track with our choice of buckets and bale forks. We've got another little tractor over here armed with a tiny little plough. Oh my lord. We start with a cow pen, believe it or not. Water tank placed. Got silage bunkers around the back here. Making some silages. Couple of little boats. Got a little electronic recharging station for all you electric vehicle aficionados. One of my friends would be familiar with these because he's got an electric car in real life, but I don't. Got a new little windrower, new little tedder. A silo. Crops have been placed. And obviously we've got a bit of an area over here. Okay. Let's get to it then, folks. Let's have a look. So basically this is the map. This is the Alpine map. 25 fields on the map for doing your regular crops and stuff. But one of the big things that this map is going to offer you is grass. Lots and lots and lots of grass. Because, you know, cows are a big thing apparently on this map. Cows are a massive thing on this map. So we start off with a few cows. Moo cows. And then we're going to have to obviously get straw and grass and everything. There's a bunch of contracts for a bunch of different people. Which we might get into because we don't have any actual like farming equipment. What we start with is pretty much what we start with. So no real like tractors, harvesters, planters, seeders. All of our fleet, our starting fleet is designed for mowing, grass cutting and that kind of stuff. What I do need to get is a trailer because I sold the trailer that came with the map because it was just a basic trailer, one of them things that was in the starting fleet last night when I loaded up the game, and I was like, yeah, don't want one of them, too small. I'm gonna grab something a bit better. Might grab one of these little bandit jobbies by Stevie. Michelin's. Tell you what, we'll have the big boy. We'll buy one of them. I can get to the store. Okie dokie. So we've got also other things. We've got pace setter by Stevie here. Look. See if I want to do 2 bins and tractor jobbies. Or we can get a nice little one of these. Little end dump type jobbies. Right, augers. Have we got any auger wagons? Do we want an auger wagon? I might go for one of them. We'll take one of them as well. Right, we're also going to need on this map now, where's it going to be? Tippers trailers. So you got a couple of little things. So obviously you can transport your little mower on a little trailer, because there's a little mower which I'm going to show you as well today. So they're not in there. Probably going to be under animals then, isn't it? Which is quite surprising as well, because for a mod that adds is focused primarily on like cows and stuff, there is no extra new food items. I'll take the bigger one. Gonna need a truck. Gonna need a truck. So we've only got 112,000. Can't afford any of them at the minute. So what we shall do is, I'm playing as Dolores Flufflebotham, by the way, folks, if you're wondering. Just mute the TV volume because I don't want any echo. Right, we need to get to the store. This is going to be my first time really driving the map. Where's my vehicle's going to be? Down in the shop. So if we come out of the store, we need to head down over the river. We kind of need to go this way. Down here. Watch out for the cars. A little bit of a performance whack today for some reason. Do we want to go this way? Cross over the river. Keep heading down this road here. Grab a vehicle. We'll take our little tippy trailer first. Well, you didn't really leave a lot of room to hook up to equipment, did you? On this map. Take a trailer. I ain't got a loading wagon either. Or a baler. Or anything of that kind of nature. Well, we'll take it. This is probably far too big. Bigger trailer. Probably didn't need a trailer quite that size, but why not? It probably looks bigger because of the tractor that I'm pulling it with, to be fair. To be fair. No, I've gone totally the wrong way. Back this way. Quickly sling it across the road. how to get back to the farm. We will go down here. I think it's down here. Got stuck on a lamppost. I get stuck on lampposts a lot in this game. I get stuck on lampposts a lot. Let me just go get the door because I think everybody's gone out. Jump up. Jump up. Jump. I'm back. Right. So we go this way. Now we do actually have a baler. We have a tiny little loading wagon. I'm just going to leave that one there. Right, we need to... let's think about this. So we've got our cows here. So what we'll do is we'll grab our other track, our limb track. What we'll do. And then we'll go get some bales. And give the cows a bit of food. What have we got here? Hay and, is it hay and straw? Right. At the moment, they've got plenty of stuff. We are going to need to get some total mixed ration made from fairly early. Bit of a lump in the old ground. Right, what we're going to do, then we're going to get some grass. Because obviously we need grass. And what's the best way to get grass in this game? If you've not already known about it, what this DLC offers you. We'll ignore the little electric machine for now, but what we'll do is we'll wander over here, shall we? Shall we? Because over here we have ta-da! We have the mower. We have a mower. We have a mower. We're gonna mow some grass today. We're gonna grow the grass today. And this is it. This is new grass mowing. You want to be able to mow some grass? Mow some grass. It'll be interesting to see if I take this mower to the workshop. But if I take this mower to the workshop, will you be able to equip it with GPS, I wonder? I wonder. I think it would be funny to be able to have GPS, guidance, steering, mowing. Get to do some mowing. Grass mowing 101. I'd love to use this on the multiplayer map. I would love to use this on multiplayer. Be able to mow the grass on Snetterton's, mow our alfalfa fields by hand. Oh, that would be awesome. That would be fun. God, she's going a fair old lick. To be fair to her, she's really putting in a... I don't know if I could mow at 9 kilometres an hour. I mean, she's giving that a fair old trek, especially up some of these hills. Start picking up some of this stuff in a minute. All there is, we'll get back to the once we've completed this round. We'll go grab the loady wagon. We'll give the old we'll go pick up some of this glass. Then we can add it to the cow pen. And we can also start to get some silage made. Right, let's take it back. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. It's back in the shed. There we go. Right. We probably want this one again. Don't worry, I will get to the electric one. We'll get to it when I need to do some real bulk mowing. But for now, we're going to use the little boy. Let's take a loading wagon. I've found 455 litres so far. Get the grass picked up and get it added to the cow pen. Remembering the serious. Eventually, we'll have a serious proper windrower. Now we'll get a real job. We'll get a loading wagon with windrower built in. That's what we'll do. Collecting grass much quicker and easier. In larger quantities. I mean, we don't have that much in the way of cows currently, do we? This windrower also is struggling to pick up grass. in some areas. Maybe it's the it's got a very low pickup rate. It can't handle if I'm driving too fast. Maybe it's not very good at picking up. Doesn't have a larger litres per second intake or litres per minute intake or whatever it is. Whatever, I've forgotten what they use. Litres per second or something. These type of vehicles tend to pick up on. Another reason why we probably want to get a bigger one. Let's take this over to the cows. Give them some food. They'll be all jolly nice. He's round the back in. Oh, yes. Control G. Control G. Let's turn on some things. I'll have that one on. Why not? All the fields are free, apparently. I don't buy that for a second. Well, we'll leave that one part there. Right, go get the fancy new one. We're going to use the electric mower now. Let's go. So we'll activate that. I ought to put some time scale on. I don't know if this is actually one of the things I haven't worked out yet, because when you look on the map, okay, we've only got 25 actually numbered fields, but then when you start to cursor through some of the other areas, you'll see that there's areas that need liming, need ploughing, need lime, etc. I'm wondering how you remove that, because I don't really fancy having to come down here with a plough and plough up all the countryside. Probably doesn't affect your grass production somehow, but you never quite know, do you? No thank you, Skylight Advisors. I get these crank calls all the time. You get a car, you're in a car accident, and then you get all these people ringing you up, insurance companies and stuff. Oh, you could be entitled to money. If I was, I think I would have had it by now. You know? Where these people get your details from? I really don't. I don't know who keeps sharing me information. I noticed they never ring back. That's the other thing. They don't ring back. These companies. Oh, the pretty flowers though that grow in the wild grass. That's quite a nice touch on this map. The yellows and the blues and the purples and just to make the wild grass look a bit different. But yeah, I wouldn't know how you would go about changing, because I don't think easy dev controls can change these fields that aren't fields as such. I wonder if we've got any stuff in the silo as well. And the reason why I asked that, if we've got any stuff in the silo, is because obviously I still need to buy a truck to pull that tanker. So what we can do, we can go and check that on that in a bit. See if we've got any substance in there. If we have, we might be able to sell some of it, which will afford us the luxury of being able to buy a truck. I do find it weird. We get a we've got a normal silo. That's something I didn't check actually. So we own a normal silo which you can't put anything in. I'm surprised they didn't give us like a hayloft for being able to put out, because again we're doing a lot of mowing and stuff. So I'm surprised that there's not a lot of I'm surprised there's not a lot of what's it mowing? I'm surprised there's no way to store your grass and hay and stuff. You know, that would have come in very useful. I suppose they want you to maybe bale it then and put the bales, store the bales in the shed. Convinced that's how I would do it. Finish mowing this bit of grass, he says, as he misses a whole load of it. And then we'll this is the little electric tractor, and I'll have to go and charge up once the battery's dead. I'm not sure how many hours it runs for, either in-game or in terms of actual real life, how long you can actually play with it before it actually completely runs out and you need to recharge it. So we'll have to give that a try. I'm going to guess though that this isn't particularly all that great. Grass a bit of a mow there. One thing I'll be keen to test as well, I have got some mods installed, obviously, as you saw when we loaded up. So I'm wondering how something like Courseplay, for example, would handle this map. Bearing in mind, we don't have completely numbered fields like these. These are not numbered. These are not showing as being fields. Well, they kind of are and they kind of aren't. So what we'll do is we'll lift that up and switch that off for a second. So we'll have a look at easy dev controls first of all and see what that says. It's not showing a great deal. It only goes up to 25 unless you do all. That's going to be a thing. Let me jump back in the tractor. What do we get when we do Courseplay, for example? Does Courseplay do it? Lol. Courseplay can. We'll save it as 30, shall we? If I click on that, field 30. See if it'll do it. Fucking will, look. Oh my lord. Right. Turn on field activate, avoid fruit deactivated. Advanced settings, let's go. Raise implements late, lower implements early. Please, Courseplay devs, change this. I hate the fact that they are the wrong way round. They should be, this should be the default. When to raise implements, default should be late. When to lower implements, default should be early. That's it. That's all you've got to do, Courseplay devs. Doesn't need to be any other way apart from that. Can it not? Can it not drive this? Okay, yeah, right. Right, there's the first bug then. There's the first bug. Course play will not work with electric vehicles. Course play will not work with the electric vehicle. Isn't that a bit of a bugger? Eh? Isn't that a bit of a shame? We'll drop that there. We'll have to go and rob the other tractor then. Because unfortunately... Courseplay doesn't seem to... Oh, that one doesn't have a front loader on it. We're going to have to grab the Lin track now. Has that got a front PTO? Yes, it has. Right, we'll grab this bad boy then. Try this. I tell you what, it's ever so fucking bumpy around the cow pen. It's like Giants forgot to use the smooth tool. It's like they forgot to use the smooth tool on the map. We're going to advanced settings. We've got to change it on every freaking vehicle. Of course. Click on field 30. Do 8 passes. We'll do circle. 8% overlap. We'll do 12.2, 2.2. It's a bit small, that. So this guy will actually go around the field. And he's gonna give it a go. He's gonna give it a good go, a decentish go. Which is fine. That's what we want. Right, let's have a quick look, shall we? So did we start with any stuff in the silo? Yes, we've got a fair bit of crops. Right. Leave that. Right, we'll hook back up to that. We'll turn that off. We'll grab this boy. This boy here. Right, what we'll do then, we'll go and right, quick question. This is gonna bug me out. Let's start it. Give it a bit of a push. Along here. Just wanted to see if that would smooth that out a bit. Because it's definitely a little bit lumpy in front of that bunker. Right, so let's take some crops from our silo. Let's go give them a bit of a... Let's have a look then. First place, where are we selling the wheat? Grain mill. Tag the place. look on the map. Where is that? Right down in the town. So past the shop, turn right. This is going to struggle to pull this trailer, I think. This trailer's massive. But, as I say, we've discovered our first little problem. Our first bug report. Courseplay does not work with electric vehicles. We should have expected that. We should have expected that, shouldn't we? Really. Because obviously the Courseplay devs aren't going to know that's a thing until much later on. They will probably update that fairly quick once they find out how to add the information that they require. It's tough though because you can't access a lot of the data within the within Giants mods unless you've got the tools and the programs to be able to break open the encoded DLC files, which I don't recommend people do because obviously that's bad. But I know people have done it in the past with other DLCs. I know a lot of people did it with the class and also was it the Bourgeois, because they really wanted to get the 3D tracks out of the DLC so they could use 3D tracks on other vehicles. Got 120 grand now, which is nice. I can now afford, at least I can afford a truck. Quite a few fields that are quite close together down here. If you had real fields and, you know, you had harvesters and stuff and sprayers and stuff, and you was doing the real farming, there is that whole element. And I guess that's probably why in the patch that came out for the game last week, there was a lot of stuff in there to do with like the AI workers, and their ability to work fields that are close together. I'm gonna guess that's why that was in there, because obviously the fields that are on this map are very close together if you're getting into your real farming and stuff. There's actually a wood chip sell point there if you want to sell wood chips. So what we'll do is we'll let Courseplay mow all that grass field. We'll get the grass collected. I'm not going to sell. Am I going to sell anything else? What else is really good price on this map? Soybeans are, but the price is going down. We've got sunflowers, which are worth quite a bit of money. Fellsbrunn grain mill. Fellsbrunn? Fellsbrunn? Really? 1,661. So Fellsbrunn grain mill. That's some distance. Jeez. Right, we'll go to there. We'll have a bit of a drive. Like I say, we might as well have a bit of a tour around the map. Because it's going to take that guy a long while to mow that field. Here he comes though, look. Plus, like I say, driving around, we'll get to find out how long this battery's going to last in this tractor. Before I have to take it to the charging station and give it a refill. Right, so we do need to cross the river. And then once we get to the roundabout, we need to hang a left. We need to take the third exit, as I think this is for the Europeans. Because obviously we go the wrong way round the roundabout. They go the wrong way round the roundabout and drive on the wrong side of the road. I think we're going to go this way. I think it's this way. Yes, there's the little green beacon. Little green beacon of hope. Please tell me I'm now not on the wrong side. There is a way across here. Right, okay. Okay. I'm guessing then that's a bit of a mix-up. Can I get that into there? It's showing me a grain mill on the PDA. It's not here. Does anybody else have a bit of a problem? I mean, that's the BGA there. That's not going to be taking grain. I don't think it is. Ah. Have I got to do something really, really stupid, like put it on a freaking train I want to sell it. If I want to sell sunflowers and get that great price, I've got to put it on a train first. Yeah, we're not playing that game. We ain't playing that game, folks. We're not messing around with trains. Yeah, we ain't messing around with choo-choos. Selling crops. I'm gonna guess that's why that's like that then. So you could actually like load a train with load the train with your crops. Although saying that, I've not actually seen a train yet. Running. Is there one? There must be. Because that looks like the only way you can sell stuff is to drop it in a train. To me. We'll have a look. We will have a look. We will, I think. And we'll see. We'll have a look and a see. If there is a train somewhere. There must be a train station. We'll have a hunt round. We'll probably have a look at maybe setting up a maybe a course play route. Just to one of these sell points, just to make life a little bit easier. There go the road signs, I'm taking them out. Let's have a just have a bit of a drive round. Where, if we keep heading this way, where are we going to end up? Let's have a look, shall we? We're over here. We can actually get back to the farm that way. That's not bad. Got a barn over there. That's a sell point. So actually, yeah, you could actually very easily create a selling loop to the sell point. Your grain crops and stuff, if you want to do your grain crops. There is a train. There's a train. Okey-dokey. So yeah, if you want to sell stuff then at Felsbrunn Grain Mill, you're going to have to put it on the train. That's very much like in the Estancia Lapacho map. You had the transport company in the top northeast of the map. That was only accessible by train, as well, which meant pretty much one sell point on the map was completely useless if you didn't use the train. If you didn't want to play with the trains and you didn't want to use the train, you were never ever going to be able to sell anything there. So you was kind of missing out a little bit on a way to make income. Which is a tad unfortunate, but seems to be the nature of the beast. Seem to have smoothed things out a bit better there. Let's park that there for a second. We are going to go get a truck. That's what we're going to do. Let's have it. One of the things I do notice is we don't get any new paint colours. No new paint options. You know, there's no like custom paints. Look at this one. Back to the farm. To the farm. To reality. Yippee-ki-yay! There we go. So we've got cleanliness, we've got water, we haven't got any TMR at the moment. I want to do any baling. Is that something I want to be doing right now? Do some more grass cutting by hand. This guy's doing a fantastic job of his mowing though, but I'm going to quickly go and check on a few things. Just having a quick look. Have a look. First of all, let's see if there's an update for courseplay. If not, 7 days ago. Right, we know that's not been updated then. Let me just add this as a new issue. Let me find it. I've got to find it now. Let me scroll all the way down to the bottom. Copy that, and we will get this posted. My camera keeps falling off the bloody desk. Because I'm trying to type on my keyboard. I do not have room. Normal video. That's done. Let me see if I can't. Yeah, it's not ideal, this. I'll be honest, my desk. This wheel is in the way, really. So that's done. Let's go back to game then. He's still mowing quite happily. Lovely little mower man. I'm going to need him to finish mowing because ultimately what I want to do after this guy has finished his mowing he's also, let's be quite honest here. It would appear he's missed some bits of the field. Why has he missed that bit? And why has he missed them bits? So what I was going to do after he'd finished mowing, I was going to task him with collecting all this up. I was going to task him with windrowing. I was going to get the windrower on him and have him windrow all the fields, but it's clear he's missed bits of the field. I might have to come and take care of that a little bit myself. We'll take the mower back out then. Only fair. Do the bits that matey's missed. Just out of curiosity, could we have course plate on this thing? Is it going to work, do you reckon? Can this do course play? What is everybody's... Shall we see? Shall we see if... It should do it. I mean, effectively, it's just a diesel-operated vehicle. Oh my good lord! You can have course play. You can have course play. Drive the mower. That is brilliant. Pretty cool then. So actually you don't have, you can actually basically have a worker do your mowing, do your hand mowing, maybe get some little Mexican gardener or something. Yeah, he's kind of missed all this bit in the middle of the field. That's a bit confusing as to why he's done that. Very weird. But we'll get the area mowed, and eventually we'll get everything windrowed picked up. I don't know whether to TED it. It might be as wise to TED it, actually. I'm just trying to think to myself the best way of doing this. If we TED... Will we get more for the hay than we would for selling the grass? Or do we want to do it as grass because we want to make silage? If I'm going to make silage, would I be better off scrapping the bunker and going for yeah, it seems strange that he's missed all this bit here. And then didn't bother cutting any of this. Maybe the roads were too short. Maybe he didn't want to drive down the slope. We'd have to wait and see. I think what we're going to do, we're going to have him windrow. Around the field, windrow. Load up a brand new course. We're not going to do... we're not going to use the same course. We're not going to do as many headlands. And we'll have him go up and down the field, I think. Be one way to do it. You're gonna run me over? Oh yeah, he's a little bit... Technically speaking then, it does detect the fields. You could then, with a decent enough plough, go around and do the ploughing. You could have the guy come round and plough all these grass areas and turn them into regular fields. And then you'd be free to plant whatever crops you wanted on them. You wouldn't have to stay with grass. So you would have that option as well. Despite the fact that, as I say, they're not traditionally numbered as being fields, like normal fields in the sense of what we would expect fields to be. But I'm definitely liking it. I'm definitely liking it. You just need to pick a better spot in future. Where to start from, because starting on that corner was a bit of a freaking stupid idea. I'm so pleased that the courseplay works with a hand mower. Fucking brilliant! I can set a courseplay worker up to use the hand mower and just leave him to it. Go and mow. Dolores. Spend a day hand mowing, Dolores. So actually, We're not going to use him for the wind rowing then, are we? I'm going to guess this is my wind rower. Have a look. This is indeed the wind rower. Figured it would be, based on the fact it's got one of them little curtainy things on it. I think I'm probably going to start looking at this field. I probably would be better off starting maybe somewhere here on a nice longish sort of edge. What we'll do is again load this gun, turn on and advanced options, force generation, that field, Midland, we're going to do 3 passes this time. Of course. Oh, so this wind rower is a little bit like the oh, got the name of it now. One which puts the allows you to put the things on the edges. This one you can only have the option of putting the wind rower on the left. Interesting choice there. Of course, I'm not making hay, I'm just making grass windrows at this point. Have a look. Who buys grass? Barn will buy grass. They'll buy hay for a little bit more. They don't buy straw for a great deal. They'll buy flipping corn straw and stuff like that though. For big, big money. Okay, so we've stopped the driver. Yeah. Where was this parked? In here somewhere, wasn't it? I think it was in this first bay here. My lovely little grassy doodah. Now, one of the things I do notice with this, unlike on most of the forage wagons, you don't get the option to turn the vehicle to lower the loading wagon. Normally on most of the in-game loading wagons you can actually lower the front end down with your 3-point to make sure that the pickup is going to stay in contact with the ground whenever you're going over any bumps or hills or anything. On typically on the larger ones. On this one you don't get that option, which is why when I did the first bit of mowing, I noticed near the field edges it was a little bit incapable of picking up the swath. Yep. Didn't actually move inroad from over here. All over there. Interesting. Obviously some of the places where I hand mowed, the hand mower, are not part of the field, and it's actually not letting me pick up the swaths from those areas. Maybe the ground is a bit bumpy? Maybe. Yeah.
Drop Stephen's presentation.
Right, let myself off mute now. Sorry about that, people. Deliver this grass. The grass texture is very weird. It's very light. Very, very light. That's new for this map, but it's a little bit weird. Not gonna lie, it's a little bit weird. Just gonna squish this down a bit if I can. I need to be able to deliver more stuff in here. You can't do that if you have great big mountains, because these are not the biggest tractors. They're not the biggest, most powerful tractors. They will not handle pulling loading wagons over great big piles of grass and stuff. We're just going to drive around a bit. Try and level it out as best we can. And then this up a bit. Forward again, and then we can do a bit of leveling as we pull out. Perfect. Now look back up here. Gotta find more grass. Yeah. So straw. We are going to need to get a normal field though, because we are going to need to be able to make straw for the cows. We're going to need to be able to get straw. We are going to need a normal field. I also wonder if I've got things like... I forgot to check the malts. To see where I've got things like... collect straw contracts. Right, I'm just going to stop that there for a minute. Let's have a think. He's going to carry on doing his windrowing. Doing a fairly decent job. This little will the electric tractor be able to make silage? Let's see. Can it do the compacting and the squishing and the squishing and the squashing and the squishing and the squishing and the squashing and the squishing? So yeah, quickly, let me check my mod folder. It's gonna be F, isn't it? I think I'm on Snetterton's Farms. Have I got collect? I've got refresh missions. I've got straw me. I've got the straw harvest add-on. I don't think I'm rocking. Collect straw at missions is going to be probably important. Let me copy those. They're not going to work until obviously I restart the game. I won't be able to add them in. But apparently none of those mods were in my mod folder. Also, let's maybe look at downloading some fresh new ones. Quickly. Let's drop that into Snetterton's. It probably won't let me because I think I'm already rocking the game. Yeah, insufficient permissions. Can't update that while I'm playing. Because there's been quite a lot of mods updated in the last day or so. Realistic cab view has got an update. Which we can download that. We'll delete the old one, update the new one. I also need to make sure that I've got the I'm gonna have to open, what mod is it? Not mod. Joy to key on my PC. I'm gonna need to have that added open because I'm gonna need to be able to press a button on my controller to activate the shift, the zoom function thing, you know. Now I did see download. I'm pretty sure there was a mod also recently, or another like straw blower system. Oh. I've just seen a mod that I've been wanting for ages. The trailer axle blocker. I need that mod because I don't like swivelly axle trailers, and now there's a mod that actually enables you to lock that swivelly axle. Fantastic. Um, I think where it would be. Did they appear quite recently? That's the only thing I'm thinking. Did they appear fairly in like the last couple of days? Those? No, they're spreaders. Nope. Trying to remember where they are. Did I skip past them? Doesn't tell me what they are apart from the fact they're maybe trailers. Was it that one? Straw blower. That's what we want. I want to download that. The Robert straw blower thing. Right. So what we can do in a minute, once Matey's finished windrowing our grass field, doing an excellent job of windrowing our grass field. We will head back. Leave that part there. Let's go and check. Windrower is still windrowing. Functioning time. Oh God, not fresh flowers. We don't want anybody buying fresh flowers. That's going to set my allergies off. Who's bought fresh flowers? Who's bought flowers? There's a birthday in the family today and somebody's bought flowers for somebody. The birthday person. They've just been delivered. And apparently they're fresh flowers, which means I'm going to start sneezing soon. Once all their spores fill the air, fill the house. Probably should turn the opposite way because this is a little bit tight around here. Bit weird. Bit weird. Need to give that a proper squishing. Give that a squishing. Obviously driving through there with that truck might help, with that great big tanker of water on the back. That should have some volume. Be able to do some squishing. Yeah, squishing. Use the loading wagon to give me a bit of extra weight. I'd use the trailer as well. I'd use that trailer. I'd fill that trailer up with something if I'd got enough stuff to fill it with. Use that as a heavy weight to just roll through here. Provide squishing. To be brutally honest, right now, I would say this loading wagon is not that great. It's not that great. I think it would be great on perfectly flat ground. You know? Perfectly flat level terrain. It's probably more useful. I'm just finding that on this slightly hilly, slopey terrain, it doesn't seem to pick up the swath properly. I may have to try another. I might try a standard game windrower. See if it can handle it a bit better. Admittedly, I'm gonna have to get a bigger tractor then, because there's no way this thing's gonna cope with a full size loading wagon. But can do what I can do, and that's about all I can do. Do. How's the new Alpine Watty? It's okay. It's very different from the other maps in the game that Giants have made. For the people that have always been crying out for a slightly smaller map, being able to use small equipment and stuff, this is pretty good place to do that. And for people who love to do their grass mowing and stuff, even better, because there's loads of grass on this map. There's loads of grass fields. But what I like is, rather than just being like sort of derelict waste areas, it looks like Giants have actually given them some actual... So a lot of the grass areas, if I go back to the overview of the map, obviously big grass areas, big grassy areas, and you think to yourself, okay, fair enough, big grassy areas, but it does look like they have given them some definitions. So, as I've already found out with the help of my tractor over there, Courseplay will actually do will actually work the grass areas. If you use Courseplay, you can set up a course and Courseplay will mow the grass areas. Brilliant. You know? You can even then, what I'm going to try next, after I've picked up all this grass, I'm going to equip a tractor with a plough and see if we can actually just make a new field on this area, and then get it all lime spreaded and everything, and maybe plant a proper crop. Because although on this map you start with basically, I'll give a bit of a run round. You start with your house, obviously, your lovely little Alpine house. You then get this lovely little shed which has your little hand mower in it. Your electric tractor. You get your bucket, your bale spike, and your front forks. I prefer mod plows. These things have no, just for me personally, have just no business being on a farm in Farming Simulator. They are too small, too annoying. These are the type of plows you find in cattle and crops, and I just can't be doing with taking 10 hours to plough a field, you know, or 10 hours to do anything productive. So yes, I much prefer the modded plows. I like the CWATTYESO Platinum. Have I got it installed? I haven't on this particular save, but I have got the John Deere ones. I've got the 6.5 metre John Deere, and I've got the 5-section 20 metre plough. But I do like the Case Eco-Till that's on the mod hub, which is 8.2 metres. That is a lovely plough. If you like the Lizard 6 metre plough, Case Eco-Till. Same type of design, straight plough, but 8.2 metres. Fantastic bit of kit. If you like to plough a little bit bigger than 6 metres. But yeah, I'm probably not going to use that plough in there ever, because that is just rubbish. That is just absolute rubbish. What is it? 1.2 meters. It's a 1.2 meter plow, everybody. So I'm going to use. I'm probably going to get one of those, the John Deere 220. 6.5 meters is probably big enough for this map. I can't believe I haven't got the Eco-Till installed in this mod folder, but that's easy enough to add. That I don't have any tractors capable of pulling at the minute, because all the tractors I start with are all very 100 horsepower, 68 horsepower, 136 horsepower. I've got nothing big that will pull anything. And the poor little electric tractor. You do start on this map as well with the cow pen, and they do start you off with cows. You do have like 10 cows to start with, which is nice. And you get obviously your recharging station here for your electric tractor. They give you some bales as well, so you can start off feeding your cows. They give you a baler for doing bales. They give you a regular silo, but it's very weird because when you start on this map, what they don't do, they do not give you any normal fields. They don't give you any normal, so you can't do any normal crop farming. You can't do any of the normal crops, and they don't give you equipment for any of the normal. You've got no seeders, you've got no harvester. So I'm a little bit kind of confused at the minute how they expect me to make straw for my cows when I don't have any of that equipment. I've kind of been thinking I need to maybe do contracts. I may have to do like a harvesting contract. And then use the straw. And use the straw from contracts to basically feed my cows and provide stuff for my cows. As I say, we're never going to have a problem getting grass because there's just tons of it. But I think for straw, without access to the it's a mod. It's a mod for the contract straw. It's on the mod hub. It's called Collect Straw at Missions. And it's a very useful mod. Especially if you then use the Straw Me mod, which allows you then to make straw from corn, canola and soybeans as well. You can make corn from those 3 crops. Which then makes every crop, with the exception of the sunflower, produce straw, which is obviously another good way of making money. I'll tell you what, they seem to pay everywhere. See the sell points that will accept the corn, canola and soybean straw seem to pay quite well for it. Sugar beets and potatoes too? No, not sugar beets and potatoes. It doesn't do root crops. Obviously, you don't get straw from root crops. Only the cereal crops. Only the cereal crops that it does the straw on. So Straw Me mod only adds straw to the cereals. All the others, the cereal crops that didn't have straw. Doesn't add straw to sunflowers either. Sunflowers is the only crop that also doesn't have straw capabilities. So for all the people out there that love to do soybean harvest, because soybeans tend to be pretty, profitable, tend to make the most money on every map, that Straw Me mod really does make soybeans fucking OP. Because once you sell the straw from the soybeans as well, it's certainly on the multiplayer map we're playing currently, me and Mr. Helgi, over on Snetterton's Farms. We've been making quite good. Every time we've done contracts, we've done the straw. Do I remember before you talked about your single tractor project, how you said no harvester, only 1 tractor and any tool I can use? Yeah, interesting concept that. I was like, how's that going to work? 1 tractor. But then again, I suppose I did a similar thing on No Man's Land. I only had 1 tractor on No Man's Land. I had the little John Deere 6M thing. And that was the only tractor I had. pull behind harvester. Ah. So you're able to do harvesting with a tractor. Interesting concept. I've seen a few mods like that, actually. I'm sure there's a couple on the mod hub that's kind of go attached behind the harvester that kind of offset out and allow you to do harvesting. Because I'm sure I saw one of Mr. CDP's mod reviews where he was talking about it. Very similar concept to the way you have some of the mowers in the game, like these type of mowers that fold out to the side. I'm sure there's somebody did like a harvester header mod. Did they not do one for regular crop? Oh, mod, must admit, I'd be a bit surprised. But I've seen some people make some very unique mods. There's a couple of tractor ones I saw as well. Which used a combine style header to do grass, and do like raking and stuff. Very weird. That was one of the weird little bits and bobs. Looks like my tractor has finished windrowing. Yay! He's finished his windrowing. Great. Trouble is, I've only got £6 grand in the bank. By the time I've sold off that 1.2 metre plough and bought a new plough, I'm not going to have a lot of money. I might return the auger wagon. I bought an auger wagon, and honestly, at this moment in time, I don't think I'm going to need it. I don't think it's going to be of any use to me. Doesn't match having red pull behind on an all green farm. Yeah, I can understand that if you go colour specific tractors. You're using all one brand of equipment, you like to keep everything kind of matching. We've kind of done that. We've kind of done that a little bit on the multiplayer map at the minute, because Mr. Helgi's got most of his equipment painted in like Fent colours, and his trailers and stuff are all painted in Fent colours, so he knows which trailers are his to use with his tractors and stuff, and his loading wagons Fent colours. I've painted everything in case colours because I just happen to be using a case tractor. The only weird thing is when it comes to harvesters, Mr. Helgi's using a case harvester and I'm using a John Deere, and it's like the complete opposite. I would have thought he'd have had the green harvester and I'd have had the red one, but he seems to like the case. I'm rocking the John Deere, even if the John Deere does have a slight disadvantage to it, in that when I've got the big header on the front for doing me cereals, the pipe's not very long, and it makes it very difficult to get the follow me worker close enough to the harvester to unload on the move without him smacking into the header all the time, especially when I'm turning. Mr. Helgi's got a slight advantage there because the case has a massive long pipe on it, and it's like, ah. I'm not using the FS19, by the way, the big John Deere harvester. I'm using one of the mod ones off the mod hub. I think one of the ST mods, is it 960 or something like that, harvester. Yeah, I selected long foldable pipe when I bought the John Deere. I had the option to choose the pipe, so I bought long foldable, but it's still very, very short compared to like the case the AGCO Ideal or the, like I say, the S790. I would have gone for an S790, but the reason I don't like, the one thing I don't like about the S790, the John Deere, the actual John Deere harvester, is that pipe doesn't fold. The pipe doesn't fold. So it's always sticking out the back, which makes it fucking horrible. Makes it horrible to park in a shed. So the John Deere that I'm using on Snetterton's, which I think is the 960, 9600. It has a folding pipe, which makes it a little bit easier when I'm parking it in the vehicle shed. And that's purely the reason for having it. But yeah, with a 14 meter standard header on the front of the harvester, it's very difficult to get trailers to vehicles to unload it. I guess it's designed to use with a narrower header. The harvester should be using probably a 9 meter header at max, probably, is what the mod author intended. What John Deere probably intended. I did think about rocking a Crozoni header for a while, but they only go up to 7.7 meters, I think. I don't think you can get a 9 meter Crozoni, because otherwise I'd have gone for one of them, which would have been fantastic, because then I wouldn't have needed to bother with a header trailer either, because they obviously the Crozonis fold up really nice. I'm going to make some silage. Keep driving through here, squishing all this down. Honestly, as well, I'm really enjoying playing this today as a completely different change of pace from the regular farming that we do in the game and the regular farming that I do in multiplayer every evening. Sometimes it's nice just to come and do these kind of jobs and not be doing seeding, cultivating, fertilizing, harvesting, you know. It's kind of like last night when I played on the server, I was just doing, like, as I call it, admin jobs last night. I was doing like crop selling, crop moving, refilling different silos, buildings, doing the animals, making sure the animal food machines were running, they were filled. I don't think I put a wheel on a field last night. In the whole time I streamed last night, I don't think I put a wheel on a single field. Didn't do a single bit of field work. Didn't do any mowing. Didn't do nothing. Just spent the whole night driving trucks and trailers or trucks and tankers. And it makes a nice change. It does make a nice change of pace sometimes. Gives you a break from the whole constant need to turn dirt and make profit. Farmer Cop. Farmer Cop. Never heard of him. Never heard of him. He tests different setups and how efficient they are. Okay. But when it comes to mowing, the most efficient setup I found for mowing is the Krone Big M500 modded mower, to be able to mow at 13.5 meters. And then if you're picking the grass up loose like I'm doing now, or your hay or whatever, the shooter maker windrow is fantastic for that. Because that picks up 24 metre swat, 24 grass in a 24 metre wide area. 100%, and it was 100%. Yeah, that's not difficult to do actually. On the map, like they say, the Snetterton's map that I'm playing currently, I've actually been playing with the bunkers, silo bunkers things. I've got one that allows me to make compost. I changed it from taking grass and stuff, and I had it made it basically accept everything that you can get on the map, and I can actually make compost. I've got another one that lets me do like alfalfa silage, so I can put alfalfa in it, and I can get alfalfa silage out. And then obviously I've got one that does I've got the regular that makes regular silage, and then I've got one that makes regular silage. But what you can do on the bunker, there is, if you edit any of the XMLs for any of the bunkers, there's an actual code, there's an actual part of the code. If you change the value, you literally can just drive an inch into the bunker and the whole bunker will be instantly 100% compacted, ready for covering. So I did that. I didn't make it quite that extreme where it's like instant, but I certainly made it a lot faster to be able to compact bunkers. Because again, playing on the multiplayer server, although we have got the global company silos, I still wanted players to actually, like, you know, do work. You know, whilst I use a lot of the, like, whilst I use a lot of mods in single player, to obviously make life easy and allow a single player to, you know, make a lot of progress, especially for jobs that there's no way of hiring workers to do, like bunkers and stuff like that. In multiplayer, I tend not to use a lot of like the silos and things like that, because I prefer players to actually do the work in multiplayer. Right, that's at 100%. I will give that a cover. But I should probably go into the base game folder and change the XML on the bunkers. Right, loading wagon can go back. So I think this Lin track is my most powerful tractor. I think. So this is 100 horsepower. So if I'm getting a plough through that field, it's probably going to be the Lin track that does it, I guess. I might quickly just restart the game as well, just so I can activate the new mods I downloaded a few minutes ago. Let's go grab this guy. You did a great job, sir. Your windrow is again, nice little windrower. Probably wouldn't use it ever again. I'd probably grab something a little bit bigger, and one that puts the swath in the centre rather than off to the left. I'd rather keep the swath down the centre line of the tractor, because then once I've done a windrow course with course play, I can do the exact same, use the exact same course then for the loading, wagoning or baling. So that's kind of what I would do. Maybe the windrower will go. The tedder will probably go as well, because I think the tedder's probably a little bit small. Let's have a look. 3.4 meters. You see, the tedder's bigger. The tedder's 4.4. So the tedder is actually bigger than the windrower. Strange little combination. yeah, we got some I like the tractors though. The tractors that they give me. They give me like this thing which is obviously very old looking. Very throwback to old tractors of like, you know, 30, 40 years ago. Then obviously your typical current day tractor. And then obviously we've got the futuristic tractors of the future, the electric. But do we have any others? Do we have any big tractors in this DLC, or is it all going to be? I'm tempted to grab one of Stevie's fast tracks, because that's a nice tractor. That's a lovely tractor. I'll be tempted to grab one of them to use. But I'm guessing then that all the tractors that this DLC added are all going to be small. We've got the SKE75, which we didn't get one. We weren't given one of these in our starting equipment. The Rigitrack. The AB. That's a weird little thing. Very weird little tractor, that. Is quite. I suppose that's going to be fantastic for doing your mowing. Whizzing up and down the hills. So the Lintrack we know we've got one of those. 136 horsepower. Then they do the big Rigitrack, the 150, which is 150 horsepower, which we don't have one of. And then, of course, they've got the 6M. This is the one that obviously I used on No Man's Land as my single tractor. My one single tractor, 140 horsepower jobby. It was enough. I only needed it for picking up logs and chucking in the wood sell point and pulling stuff around to feed the animals. Right. So, next task. I think what I'm going to do, I'm going to sell that loading wagon back, because I'm never going to use the loading wagon. I'm not going to use that plough, so I can sell that. Sell the windrower. I'm tempted to sell the loading wagon as well. So, for example, windrowers. What am I going to replace it with? See, that I feel is the one we had. That's 2.5. Ooh. Switch sides with that. Bit like the Merge Max. And then you've got the front mounted. You've got a front mounted windrower. .9 meters. See, that's a bit more. That's a bit more what I would consider a conventional windrower. That's not bad. 5.9 meters isn't a bad width. don't like that Cavernland one. I don't. I tried that on Snetterton's Farms, and it's a right pain because unless you're driving in just dead straight lines with it, it misses grass all over the place. It's not good at windrowing if you're going around corners. So if you like to work on, you know, wobbly shaped fields, it's not the best windrower for wobbly shaped fields. I might give that 5.9 meter one a bit of a run out. Loading wagons, loading wagons, loading wagons. See, we got one of them, and then there's a slightly bigger one. And then there's an even bigger one. So they do come in different sizes, look. But I think that takes some beating. That boy there takes some beating. That's the kiddie. That's the one you want. Cuts out the windrower. Need to windrow separately. All in one job. Right, what I'm going to do very quickly is I'm going to save the game, because now's a good point, because we've finished the mowing. I'm just going to activate a few mods which I forgot to activate earlier. I'll also have a look, because it's nearly 3 o'clock. I'll see if the mod hub's actually added any new ones. I need to re-download that. I need to find realistic cab view. Delete that one, because that's old. And then use that one. Cotton pack, Brazil. Okay. We'll download that. That's a new mod. We'll definitely add that one to the downloads, and we'll have a quick look at. Buy used equipment from the shop. We'll give that one a download too. I know people have been asking for that for a long time. That's a cultivator. Not interested in the cultivator. What's that? Poplar chopper. It's a poplar chopper. For doing poplar. We'll have that. That might be one for the multiplayer server. Because I'm thinking of getting into poplar harvesting in multiplayer. For the sole purpose that now we've got the board factory and barrel factory, we're going to need plenty of wood chips to keep them fed. Wondering what else I need to grab while I'm here. Can't remember if I updated the class stat thing or not. Did I add that one? Might be the 3000 series. That might have been the one that I added. Previously. Anyway, we've got that one now anyway if we need it. But yeah, Cotton Pack Brazil. Interesting. Funny looking voucher thing. Anyway, that's those done. Close me log. Let's have a quick look on course play. Right, let's try again. Let's load up. What's it doing? Has there been an update? Been an update since I played. There's been an update to Farm Sim. Is there any patch notes? No idea. Anyway, we'll give that a little. We'll give that a quick launch. So we've had a 112 meg update just download. Don't want it fixed. Right, let's have a look. We'll have that. I'm tempted to add the animal pen extension, I really am. I don't know if it will work with the my brain's gone blank. Whether it'll work with the new animal pen, I don't know. Washer. I'll add the info menu mod because it's nice to be able to see things. I think it's the 9650 was the one I'm using in multiplayer. Sure, it's the 996. Or is it the STS? Is it the STS 2010? Is that the mod I'm using in multi? I can't remember. Honestly, I can't remember which harvester I'm using. Sorry, people. More missions allowed. Yes, we want more missions allowed. I want to enable the Robert, the blower, trailer axle blocker. I've been hoping for that mod for a long time, and I think we've finally got the mod that I want, which is the one that stops you from being able to that stops swivelly axles trailers. You can lock them up so they don't swivel, which makes reversing them and manoeuvring them a lot easier. That's not to be confused with the trailers that have like the rear steering wheels. There was already a mod that disabled that, but there's never been a mod before that's stopped the front axle turning on a trailer with the swivelly axles. Now it seems like we do have that mod. Right, so we added animal pen extension, which means we can now actually come and plumb in the water for the cows if we want to. a little bit of milk there. The cows are also starting to make a mess because, again, it's not often I play a map where I use the default animal pens, the Giants animal pens. I normally use modded animal pens, and nearly all the animal pens I use have the have been modified to have the cleanliness thing turned off. I disable the spillage. Again, I just don't want to deal with having to scoop up after animals all the time. Quality of life thing again. Oh, that's interesting. Use second-hand machine. We'll go grab it. You can buy second-hand equipment now. That's brilliant. I like that. Get discounts. Discounts on your vehicles. Don't always want to buy a new tractor when you're first starting out. Buy a second-hand one. Don't always want to buy that brand new piece of kit. Buy a second-hand one. Save a few pennies. Because if you watch the pennies, the pounds watch themselves. We'll go grab that plough, because like I say, what our plan is we're going to plough that field that I've just mowed. We're going to plough it. Take out all the road signs, take out all the pedestrians. I think this tractor has enough horsepower to contend with this. Might not be able to contend with it on the slopes, but on the hillside, but we'll go and have a look. Boom, boom, boom. Right, let's unfold that. We'll have a look at advanced settings. Early, late. Activated. Right, course generation then. We will do Field 30. Headland, we will do 3 passes. Nice and smooth. We'll do an 8% overlap. Existing width is 6.3, so we'll make that 5.8. That gives us half a metre, doesn't it? Gives us half a metre. Right, we will also allow create fields. We will lower the plough. We'll let the course plate drive the course. Hopefully he will plough this lovely grass field now. And you'll follow the field edge, all nice and proper. And then we can come along and we can then obviously lime this, reseed it and everything ourselves. And then we can look at maybe planting like a proper crop. Just something that's obviously going to give us nothing complicated. Nothing complicated. That's just going to give us straw. That's going to allow us to get straw for the cows. And then obviously sell a little bit of proper crop to make some income. He's going to do 3 headlands and then he's going to go up and down the field. Oh, hope he does the job properly. Meanwhile, let's have a look then at cotton technology. What have we got? 9996 cotton harvester. That's new. That's new. And then I'm going to guess we've got some new sugarcane trailers. Tip their bins high in order to fill large trailers directly. And then we've got a baler. So you fill the baler with the high tip doodle flip, I'm guessing. And then that produces a bale. It squishes all, you fill it and then it tips it out. It squashes everything, and then that makes the, and then you collect the bales with the trans modulo thing. Okay. That's very interesting. I can't remember what else I've recently installed. What else did I add? What else did I add to the game when I logged out? I think we had the class tractor thing, didn't we? Sidetrack, the Xerion 3000. We added one of those. Saddle tracks. Right, okay. We added the poplar header as well, didn't we? Yeah, I remember. Poplar header. There was also a couple of other things, but mainly script mods, wasn't it? The used equipment mod, fantastic bit of kit. I like that. I like the fact I can buy stuff that's used. Does it have a price? Does it already have like hours on it? 12 days, 5.3 hours. Needs repair. So yeah, you can buy used equipment and save a bit of money if you're not fussed. I like that. That's a good option. Very good little option there. Right, we are going to need a seeder. We're also going to need a spreader, fertilizer technology. Standard work speed, I think. Buy one of them. Seeder. A seeder. These might all be a bit massive for what I need. E-drill maxi. Alpine farming, that's 3 meters. That's a new seeder. That's 40,000 for that. What about planters? The Optima will do pretty much everything. It won't do grass though. Great Plains. It's 12 meters. It's a bit big. I don't want anything massive. I don't really want to use the Pronto because that's pretty much the go-to that everybody gets. Everybody grabs a Pronto. Maybe we'll go for one of these. Trouble is, it requires 165 horsepower. I don't think I've got a tractor that can pull that. I may, of course, be very wrong, but I think my Lin track is only rated for 150. Is it 150? 100? Hmm. I might have just bought a cedar that I can't use. Lol. Epic fail. Look at this equipment. It's freaking unbelievable. If we have a look at the map and we turn on our grass, we can see the area that we've mowed. We can see the current area that we're supposed to be lime spreader deading in. However, what I think I need to do, I might just need to paint a little bit. What I might need to do is get the terrain tool, paint just a little bit around the edge of the field with grass, and then actually just get the courseplay guy to do the headland once again, just to go around it. To do the same, just basically rerun the same course again, just to redo the edge nice and neat for me. And then we can save the new edge over the old one. Overwrite the field edges. If I get the old paint tool. That is the grass, folks. I hope this is growing grass. Grass the grass that regrows. I'm just gonna yeah, around the bottom. He didn't handle that bit very well, did he? Get him to fix that. We can get him to fix that in a second. just whiz round the edge. All the way round the edge. Go and start at the first waypoint again for me, please, Mr. Tractor. And then what I need you to do after that is that's it. You do the outside, and then I can whiz round then with my lime spreader. Perfect. This guy's going to happily do my my new boundaries. My new custom headlands and everything. And then I'll be able to do my lime spreading. And then we'll be able to do some seeding. That's good. He's put a nice edge on that. That's better. Right, so how much is a tractor going to cost me? A good, decent tractor. I've not used one of these yet. I've not used one of these. That's 124 grand for one of them. We'll add some money. We're not playing for seriousness. I want to be able to buy some equipment and use it. But we'll get one of them. We'll get one of these. I'm going to guess, though, it can't use that seeder. Rip. Rip. Huh. Didn't really think of that one through, did I? Hasn't got a rear PTO or anything. It won't drive anything. It won't power anything. Scrap that then. We'll get it in big boy mode. Lol. Right, it only does seeding this, so that'll do. We'll take 1,000 litres for now. And we'll drive this bad boy back to the farm, back to reality, back to the farm. Hit something there, something with a bit of a collision on it. No, not a whole lot of grip going on here. Maybe I should have bought a front weight. Should we get a front weight for the tractor? We'll just go back and pick that up, shall we? Seems like it's just lifting up a bit on its rear end. I'm going the wrong way. Let's pick up the weight. Very big weight, 1600, but that should give us the right amount of grip. There we go, that's better. That's fixed the steering. I could have probably gone a little bit higher. I could have gone to 2,400? Maybe gone a little bit higher with the front weight, just to really keep the front wheels on the ground. The main steering wheels. I know this is all-wheel steer tractor, so the rear wheels are turning as well, but we just need to make sure. We've got a big boy tractor at the farm to go along with our little tractors. Matey's still ploughing. In our lint track. Because obviously once we've made this into an actual proper field, we'll be able to You're not ploughing now, mate. Don't get what he's doing currently. He's messing about a bit. Right, we've got manure forming, which we kind of need to get. Do we own the BGA on this map? We don't own the BGA. A little bit annoying. I think what we should do next is, this is going to sound nuts. Let's go grab our mower. Let's go take our mower for a walk. Also, has anyone else in real life ever used a hand mower like this? Because I have. Not quite with the same mechanism on the front, but I've definitely used a hand mower. Again, back in the days when I worked at a golf club, we had some hand mowers for doing the greens. Which we tended to use if it was too wet for the actual ride-on mowers. We would use the hand ones. Or if we'd had, like, recently laid turf, we'd reseeded and we was just doing the first cuts, and we didn't want the ride-on mowers to be too aggressive. We didn't want to really scalp. We didn't want to, you know, scalp the field too much. We would use the hand mowers because they were always going to be set a little bit higher. Which is nice. Right, shall we see if this little lady will do whether or not she can actually do. We've got a big boundary here. I'm going to call that field 31. Course generation, we're going to click on field 31. I'm going to do a 5% overlap this time. This is going to be insane. This is going to take ages to do. Oh man, this is freaking ridiculous. Ladies and gentlemen, Courseplay will mow a field by hand. That's it. Just to me, that's just insane that Courseplay can actually do this without needing to be updated or anything. As I say, the only issue I've had thus far with the game is the electric tractor. The electric tractor won't, Courseplay can't drive that. Look at that, in the distance you can see my little hand mower lady, look. She's running around the field. Fucking brilliant. So as you can see, we're trying to get this field kind of worked. We're then gonna fuck it. I didn't realise how big of an area that field was. This poor woman. I like the fact she's not holding on to the handlebars anymore. She's like, yeah, I give up. Give up. So the AI helpers don't animate properly with the handlebars, but the player character does. Okay, that's a bit weird. I'm not gonna lie, that's a bit weird and a bit wonky donkey. Yeah, it's a bit bad, that. It's a bit bad of Giants, in all honesty, in all fairness. The fact that they've... only available on Steam. Do I have a... Let me have a look on my partner's program. Yeah, that sucks. Can't get the season pass via Giants. That is bad. That is bad. What was that? Early stream today. Yeah, well, I used to do a lot of early streams. It's just, obviously, now that I primarily play multiplayer, I kind of have to play in the evening when people are available. Sadly, most people are not available to play early in the day. When I wanted to stream. So I've kind of been forced to switch to streaming in the evenings because of multiplayer, but today, obviously, with the new DLC coming out, I'm in single player, which means I can stream very, very early. And we're currently watching this lady mowing the grass on this massive, massive field. And she has been round it. She's done a full lap. She has done a full lap of the field. We'll give her that. We'll give her that one. It's just, like I say, it's just a bit of a pity. It's just a slightly minor grumble that the workers, when they're operating the mower, don't hold on to the mower. I kind of wish they would. The player, if you're doing the mowing yourself, your character does hold on to the handlebars of the mower and looks to be driving it and steering it and operating it, and that's pretty cool. But as I say, I'm just in the process of trying to get stuff worked up here. Got my electric tractor, my little electric battery powered tractor. I've not used much of the electric yet. I've not used much electric. We'll do some lime spreading. And then we'll get the old we'll let the old seeder man come on the field and let him do some seeding. So yeah, if you wasn't here right from the beginning of the stream, so far today I have mowed this field next to the farm that you start with. I've collected all the grass. Is there a charging station for the tractor? Yes, there is. There is one located here at the farm if you start in new farmer mode, and there are ones located at the normal petrol stations, garages, diesel stations, etc. on the map that you can fill up from as well and charge from. At the moment, I don't have any idea how long that takes, what's involved, because I've not been able to use the battery. I've not been able to drain the battery yet in the tractor. If it's anything like the default game and the fuel usage in the default game, I'm guessing it's going to take a long time to drain the battery. So I'm wondering if there will be a mod that comes out. I'm already kind of predicting a mod that will come out which will increase how fast the battery drains. So you have to charge the tractors up more frequently. So I can see that happening. I can see somebody releasing that. Maybe Realismus might update their fuel mod to do to also include the battery of the tractors and stuff. I just need to, when this guy has finished ploughing, I just need to come back down here and finish off. There's a few little bits that, even when I was mowing, he just missed some areas. He didn't mow some areas of the field either. I wonder if it's because he's got the all-wheel steering. He's got all-wheel steering, which means he might be a little bit awkward. And there's a bit over here he's missed as well. So we'll have to get him to do that. I think in future, In future, when I do this field, I will just do one headland. I'll only do one headland, and then let him do the up and down roads. And I'll set him to do the headland last on the field, and then see if he will actually do the whole up and down bit all together. But basically, what I'm going to do is, this field was grass, but I'm going to turn it into a regular field, maybe. I know we don't have any like traditional equipment. Why has he closed that? Why has he closed that? Okay, he's just an arse. He's just an arse. Sometimes you get that. But anyway, he'll nearly be finished. Meanwhile, where's she gone? There's a lady running around this field somewhere with a mower. She's somewhere here. There she is. Here she comes. I'll tell you what, it's going to take her a long time to mow this whole field. That's going to keep her busy all night. That is definitely going to keep her busy all night. Right, what are we planting? I'm going to put grass back on this field. I think if I'm going to plant regular crops, I'm going to do it on the bigger area, field area. That's doing, so that's a power harrow with a built-in seeder. That's interesting. That's part of the new DLC. You missed a spot. You've just missed a spot right there. Look, dude, you missed that spot. Honestly, at this point in time, it's probably quicker for me to stop this guy and do the rest of the field myself. Because honestly, dude, you're going to just keep messing up. You're going to take far too long. Stevie has a plough, seeder and fertiliser all in one. Does it? I know he's done lots of seeder and fertilisers, but he's done a lot of self-drilling. Direct drill seeders, but I don't recall him doing one that also ploughs or removes the plough state. I don't think he's ever done one that removes the ploughing state. I did download a mod the other day which allows you to do ploughing and lime at the same time, and ploughing and fertilising at the same time, but again I don't think you can do ploughing and seeding in the same breath. At least not that I'm aware of. Unless it's something that he's released very, very recently and I've missed it. And I've not seen it. Because I know he's recently released a few things like the what was it, the class mower thing, and I'm like, yeah, I don't really need the class mower. It's just the chrome that he's recoloured. I'm like, yeah, I don't really need that. I'm just going to park this round here. And some of his other, like, I think I've got his trailer pack downloaded and installed with his high capacity trailers for use on Fenton Forest 4X. I think I've added that because I think I've got one of them here, parked here. Let me see. Oh, I'm missing all the edge. That's the only thing I don't like maybe about this spreader. Compared to like the Bradles and stuff. It does tend to miss some areas of the field. If the tractor bounces or wobbles a bit, it does tend to miss bits, but for what it is, for what it costs, it's a great little machine. And the fact that you can have it spread 50 meters wide makes it a very good little sprayer. And the fact it'll do lime and fertilizer makes it much happier as well. So yeah, I just wanted to see what would happen if I ploughed the field and lime spreaded and then replanted the seed. Am I going to get better? Well, I know I'm going to get better yield. I know I'm going to get better yield because that's how the game works. It's just a case of, is there going to be a quick and easy way then that I can do that to every field on the map? You know? Is there a way? It's a plough and seeder. So there is a... So Stevie's done a plough and seeder. Really? I don't remember ever seeing that. I don't remember ever seeing that. Because obviously a plough and seeder would be a great combination to have for doing like corn and potatoes, which require you to plough after seeding, which after harvesting. So you could fertilize, you could harvest your corn and potatoes, you could then fertilize, and then you could go straight over with another, with the plough seeder. Save yourself a bit of time. So yeah, the charging station, by the way, is just over here. Start charging. But I don't have to because I've not used any battery. And I am running it on default fuel usage in the options. So fuel usage is set to default. As I say, I don't know whether using the Realismus mod would increase battery drain. I have no idea. So I couldn't offer any direct sort of feedback on that, unfortunately. Okay, so it's not a plough seeder then, it's a direct drill. It's a direct drill. A lot of the in-game seeders are direct drill. So a lot of the actual seeders are direct drill. Planters don't generally tend to be direct drill. I know Stevie's done a few direct drill planters, which is unusual. But unfortunately, if you have a field that shows like this, that the field says it needs ploughing, you will need to plough it. If you seed that field with a direct drill, it's not going to remove the need for ploughing. It's going to let you seed the field without having ploughed the field, but you'll still get the penalty for not having ploughed it. So you still need to plough. Like I say, the great advantage of a direct drill is after harvesting a field, if you don't need to plough, you can save yourself the time cultivating by just going straight over the harvested field and planting another crop. And that's one of the benefits of direct drill. Again, I tend not to do that because, again, I tend to like to get the fertilizer down first, get some fertilizer put down after harvesting, and then I like to cultivate the field, and then to change the field state, and then when I seed, I can get my second coating of fertilizer down, which saves me having to spray whilst the spray or spread whilst the crop is growing. I don't have to touch the field again then until it's ready to harvest. The only time that changes is if you play with seasons, because seasons adds an extra third layer of fertilizing, which means you then might need to spray after seeding. But again, generally what I've done in the past, again just for me, is that I would fertilize the field after harvesting with either chemical fertilizer or liquid fertilizer. Then I would go over the field again straight away, but this time I would use manure or slurry, and that would puts the second level of fertilizer down. I would then cultivate, and then I would go over the field with the seeder, and then I get 3 stages of fertilizer. So again, even with seasons, I don't need to touch the field while the crop is growing. Once the seed's in the ground, I can forget about the field, don't have to do anything to it. But these are just little tricks you've learned and picked up from spending as many hours playing the game as I have. You know, you find these little workarounds. You find these little tricks to make your life a little bit easier, which is, like I say, very useful if you play on maps with great big huge fields and you're trying to save yourself some time. But so far, I'm impressed with Stevie's new fast track tractor. This is Stevie's new fast track. This is working very, very well. So I'm just getting the seed down. Only working at 240 degrees. I need to find a point where I can spin around. Now, we know 90 degrees is a real course. We'll let a normal worker now do the rest of the seeding, hopefully. Can't zoom in much further than that, unfortunately. Who's actually going to do that row next? Okay, fair play to him. And then he's going to obviously come back up and do this, all this bit here. I feel sorry for the poor lady. I do. Well, that seeder's quite heavy, even on this big tractor. Even with the front weight, it's just tipping the tractor back a bit. I might have to get a bigger front weight for this tractor. I've got a 1600 on there, but I might need to go up to the 2400. Because it is just tipping the tractor back when the seeder's in the lifted position. It is just causing the weight shift, even though I've got wheel weights as well. No. Here's Mrs. Lawnmower. She's got she's got so much of the field to do. That's probably the biggest field I could have given her, with the exception of maybe that one. Or maybe some of these ones. That's ridiculous. Yeah, that's a big area in that field there. That one is probably bigger than that one. Then look at some of these areas. I do find it a bit weird that it's showing that as being fertilised. And we didn't put fertiliser on the field. Definitely interesting. He thinks he's finished. He's not finished. A few little bits I need to just touch up on. A few little areas where the seeder hasn't quite seeded properly. Get them filled in. We'll get them filled in. Unless it's just a graphical thing where it looks like there's spots that haven't been seeded. Definitely been trying. Let's see if he'll do this big bit of the field by himself. Oh, this poor woman. This poor woman. You're actually going around the same bit of grass now you've already cut. Just so you know. You're not actually cutting any grass at the minute, lady. You've already done that bit. Unless she's trying to get it double freaky. Unless she's trying to do a double freaky cut on this. Yeah. But we ain't playing golf anytime soon, so there's no really reason to do a double freaky cut on the course. But I am going to need a new loading wagon. Where is she going? I haven't got Stevie's thingy. I grabbed his class. His class cotton harvester. I might grab his class mower. I might grab his class mower at some point. I'm just trying to work out what she's actually doing. She's going all the way around then. Again. I'm going to be honest. Not entirely sure how she's trying to mow this field. But It's certainly going to take her a while. It's going to keep her busy. She's going to be fit by the end of it. She's going to be very fit and healthy. What else do I need on here? We need straw. We're going to need the straw. We're going to need the straw blower. Buy the second-hand one and save £8 grand. And we'll go and pick that up because we've got some straw bales, so we can drop them in the straw blower. Hope it takes round ones. Otherwise we are snookered. Yeah, there is a train on the map, and one of the sell points on the map can only be accessed via train. So if you've not been used to having to fill trains, you might have to get used to it. Is what I'm saying. Because it's a bit like Estancia Lapacho. There is one sell point on that map that you could only access via with the train. So you're going to have to get used to putting your crops into a train silo, loading up the train and then taking it and selling it. Adds a bit of an extra step to the process. But generally, from what I've seen on the pricing screen, the train sell point tends to offer more money for all the crops, so there is that incentive that if you put the work in, you'll earn a bit more money for the extra bit of work you've got to do. But if you're like me and you're a bit lazy, you'll just take the stuff and sell it at the sell point that doesn't require you to use the train. Right, leave that there for a second, because I'm going to need to go pick up my front loader. What? We'll just drop that there, because we'll be backing into that in a minute. I'll probably grab one of the other tractors actually, then for using the loading wagon. That's one way to load a bale into it, I suppose. Probably not going to need too many more of these. I'll grab 2 more. It says bale picked up a bit higher. You scumbag bale. There we go. In she pops. Perfect. Right, let's load this up. We'll just drop the weight over here for a minute so it's out of the way. Reconnect to our straw blower. Which what am I opening and closing with that? What's that doing? Ah, that's opening the rear door. Okie dokie. Done. So that works quite well. I'll tell you what, I really am liking this new second-hand equipment mod, because it means you can have a farm that starts with all crappy knackered looking machines like this, things that aren't critical to your farming needs, you know, compared to say like, you know, sprayers, harvesters, you know, seeders, harvest, things that are like, if you let get knackered, will greatly reduce in speed, but you can counteract that by using that other mod that I downloaded. So I can buy used and knackered machines that look knackered, and then I can actually have a higher speed than normal. And he's doing a good job actually of seeding that. I'll give him fair cop. He's doing a good job of seeding that. This woman is still going at it, look. She's still giving it the big un, isn't she? She's like, yeah, gonna mow this whole field. I'm gonna mow this whole field, she says. So she's literally gonna do it in two halves. Is she gonna do the top half and then come back and do the bottom half? Because that could be quite insane. She could be quite mental. So what is it that the chocolatier place sells? Buys? Probably milk. I guess. Yeah, chocolatier place will buy milk, and that appears to be it. Oh no. What have I added? I've added a mod that's added some extra stuff. Why has it done that? I've added one of the, I must have added one of the Maze Plus mods by accident. Quick way to check that is in the palette section. Have I? Or is it? No, it might have been more bunkers. Might have been more bunkers that's done it. Yeah, it might have been these. I added the more bunker mod. I'm sure it was the more bunker mod. Which lets you change stuff. When you're doing your fermenting in bunkers, it lets you ferment different stuff. So we've got 31% silage currently fermented. What's me fast track doing? Okay, still got half the seed left, so we're not going to need to refill it. We're not going to need to refill it, but I have just, like I say. So we've done a harvest, we've done a mowing, should I say. Dum, 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 dum. So how is everybody finding? For everybody out there that's actually got this DLC, how are you finding it? How are you liking it? Are you enjoying it? Are you, you know? Are you going to be using it on any of the stuff on other maps?
Virgin, all right?
I don't know. I don't use my TV that much.
Doing a job with that Italian Virgin.
Channel.
105, if you like. Put your telly on and it comes up Bienvenido and fucking God knows what. So where are we getting all them shit signals from? I don't know.
Bizarro land, because it's working for me.
I'll just put that in, man.
I'll come down and have a quick look. I'll leave you guys watching Cedar for a second. I'm back. I'm back. Sorry, folks. It took longer than I expected. That did. Dragged away. Right, so has this guy finished doing all the... Nearly. You've not quite finished, have you? You've missed a spot there, what? My friend. My good friend, you've missed a spot of my field. And you need to fix that. How's the lady getting on? Has she made any more progress since we last saw her? Yes, it's that really is. No, she's not made a great deal of progress. She's still there. What? Tell you what, it's going to take her forever. This machine's about knackered, by the way, so it's going to get slower. It's going to need repair soon. Oh boy. Why did I think that was going to be a good idea to do? Why did I think that was going to be a good thing to do? But she's there, she's doing it. Flipping free. She's doing it, she's going to go for it. She's going to try and do the whole field. And our JCB man, he's finishing, he's getting the rest of the seed down, which is good for him. He's still got 39% left, which is great. Suppose we could look at maybe doing a quick contract for something. We want something that's going to be relatively quick and simple to do. We don't want sugar beets. We don't want Fellsbrunn grain mill because that means I have to use the train. There's a contract there for oats. That would give me straw, loose straw. Field 22 will give me some barley. Field 25 is canola. That will give me canola straw, but I can't use that for the cows. Which field do I want to do, realistically? To be honest, field 22 is probably not a bad shout because it's going to be close to the shop, isn't it? Field 22. Which is that one. Right, and they will be waiting for me at the shop. So, here we go. Thankfully, don't have to travel too far. Although, to be fair, I'm going to be quite honest. This sell point is going to be a little bit annoying for some people because of them parked cars there. Blocking your ability to attach. If you buy a lot of a vehicle, buy a lot of equipment, being able to pick it up, being able to reverse in and maneuver about could be a little bit difficult. Now, how do I get into this field? Tell you what, field 21 is ready to harvest as well. Are you going to give me a contract to do field 21 too? Game. Might as well do both of those fields. They're slightly different crops. It's perfectly fine. We can do different crops. I'm going to do this. I'll also be able to check that other mod as well that I've installed today, that trailer one. See if that is any good for locking trailer axles. I'm just doing a headland at the minute because this field is obviously quite close to them little fences. Bring me little baler down here and do some bales afterwards. Who knows? Daddy chill. Daddy chill. get this nicely done. Headland done. We can then let the worker carry on doing the rest of the field once the headlands are in place. Whilst I go fetch the trailer, or I might go fetch the trailer first actually. Because it gives me a chance to test whether that new mod works. It'll give me a good chance to test whether that mod actually indeed does what it advertises on the tin. That'd be pretty awesome if it does work and do what it's supposed to do. I love the fact we've got in-game advertising now. We've got advertising for Nitrado, the obviously the server company for your dedicated servers, for renting your dedicated servers. That's what I use for my dedicated server. So it's nice that Nitrado got a bit of an advert in the game. I think there was another company as well that does servers that have got in-game advertising. Just going to pull the pipe out. I'm going to go get the tractor. So this is the one that I'm now interested to see if there's a way to lock these axles in a minute. Let's see. Well, we should be able to press Y to block the trailer. Oh, that is magic. Ladies and gentlemen, the single greatest mod for this game has now been released. Forget everything I've ever said about other mods. This is now the single greatest mod for this game. Because it fucking locks that stupid steering axle on the trailers. Oh, there are now trailers in the game that I can use. So start harvesting. Okay, I see what's going on. I see what's going on. We've not got multi-terrain angle, have we? This map does not have multi-terrain angle. Can't believe Giants don't update that. Why have they not added that to the map? I know there's people are complaining that they're having issues with this map. And playing with things like seasons and straw harvest add-on because they're getting that too many fruits message. So again, I have to wonder why on a brand new map for the game, Giants haven't implemented the increase to the stuff you can tip, the amount of stuff you can tip on the ground. Because that's what really needed to happen, especially on a new base map like this. I appreciate they probably can't go back and do it on some of the older maps. But I would have thought, with this being a new map, they would have done it. So many emails to get rid of. Is he going to be ready to empty soon? No, but I can swing round and I can get him as he comes up the field. Whoa, it goes a bit freaky. Okay, maybe the lock steering axles mod is not maybe the great, or certainly not with this. This tractor's probably struggling a little bit. I think this tractor's a little bit small. Tokyo drifting. Once you've got it moving, it seems to be fairly straightforward. But of course, what you have to accept as well is this is with a vanilla trailer one of Giant's trailers with the dodgy physics. So they've tinkered with it. If I was using a modded one with the update masses false flag attached to it, you probably wouldn't have so many issues. I'm going to guess. Pulling it and towing it about. But we'll end up taking that to the supermarket. Supermarket, which is up there next to the spinnery. We'll get ready to unload him at the bottom of the field. How's my little lady doing as well? Also, my cosplay worker seems to have stopped. Again. You've not finished seeding the field. Eesh. I might have to see if I can use the shifter on me on the steering wheel to see if it will lift up all the implements on the tractor at the same time. I just want to point out as well that that lady is still mowing. She's still mowing that field. She's still going. She's not stopped yet. Give her a round of applause, everybody in the chat. She's putting a tremendous shift. Her legs must be killing her at this point. She's run out of petrol. She's probably run out of liquid dinosaur bones as well. She's going to end up like Burt Gummer, going, this has never ever happened to me before. Completely out of fuel. Right, we've done the seeding. I think. Well, that bit there's not looking too promising, is it? Let's just try and improve that a bit. Strange seeder this. I don't like the fact I can't raise it and lower it if I've got the seeder unit selected. I think that's a little bit clunky. That's potentially a little bit on the clunky side. I'm also starting to realise now I don't have enough sheds. All this equipment. But if we go back and look at Mowing Lady, there she is. In fact, actually, she's got plenty of fuel. She's got plenty of fuel. The fuel is not the problem. It's the fact that the mower's going to be broken before she's finished. That's going to be her problem. The mower's going to break before she'll have finished the field. Fuel is not an issue in the default game, sadly. 98. 99. Right, we will, oh, no collisions. That's our first. Right, we're going to go to the supermarket to empty this. Around the roundabout. Over the next roundabout, straight up. Ooh, it's like an Estancia Lapacho sell point, not drive-through. Giants, you little flippers, you. You little flippers. Can't do an automated sell point course with course play because you can't drive straight through. You little flippers. We're going to go this way. Gasolino. Down here to the harvester. So that contract must be very close to complete. 93%. I imagine everything he harvests off here will belong to me at this point. Right, we also, like I said, we're going to sell our loading wagon. Get rid of that. Going to get rid of the baler because we're not doing anything with the bales. We'll get rid of that little round bale thingy. Don't know whether to sell that or keep it, the tedder. Because there is an 8.9 metre one which would be better for me. But obviously it's 23 grand, which is a lot more money. But that would be a better tedder for me than some of the other ones. Yeah, 8.9. Might be worth grabbing one of those. But loading wagon, we want a loading wagon, don't we? And when it comes to loading wagons, there's only one option. Done. Harvester's actually nearly finished. We'll drive down here next to him. Bish bash bosh. Contract complete. Yes, contract complete. But we're not going to collect the contract just yet because we want the straw. And that guy is now going to go do that job. So yes, I want my JCB. Because we want the loading wagon. We're going to want the new loading wagon from the shop. We're going to need to quickly pick up all that straw. Meow. Like I say, I'm tempted as well to get the bigger weight as well while I'm there. How about I drop that one in there? 1600. Pick up the 2400. It's definitely going to be preferred. Oh. Maker. Right, let's do sell back. This one. Of course, my tractor's kind of in the way a bit. So we just want the straw. The straw will be ours. Because we're going to need straw for TMR, as well as putting in the cow pen. Well, that's something to think about. We're going to need to get a cow. We're going to need to get a mixing wagon to do TMR. Because we don't have one presently. Why did I leave that tractor parked there, right on that flipping swath? Why didn't I move it? Out of there. I'll block the road for a second. I don't think there'll be any cars coming down it. Tell you what, we're nearly got a full trailer load already. Trouble is, I can't store it anywhere. I'm just gonna have to tip it into a great big heap somewhere at the farm. Right, that's full. So we need to take this to the supermarket. We also don't want to complete the contract for another very good reason. Which is that if I complete the contract, I'm going to have the problem that me harvest is going to disappear. Good evening, Mr. Helgi. How is the new map? It's different. I'll say that for it. It's definitely different. It's quite fun. I've got a lady doing the mowing. I've got a lady out mowing one of the fields, one of the big fields. She's over here, look. And it's taken her that long to mow the field. The grass has actually started to regrow. The grass has actually grown. It's taken her that long to do it by hand. I might have to put plant growth on slow or off. Because she's like, oh my lord. The grass has regrown. I love it. Just have to pick it up. Yeah, which is why I've gone and just gone and grabbed myself one of those nice windrowers, because the one they did give me was rubbish. Just gonna say that. Right, I'm gonna lock the axle. There's another lovely little mod that I've discovered today that finally lets me lock the axle on these horrible trailers, so that I can reverse them. He says, not them reversing it. Thing is, you just got to take it a bit steady, I think. Not quite as good as I thought it was going to be. It's handy. It's a handy mod, but I don't think you're going to be able to just lock the axle and drive around all over the place. It doesn't work like that. Great for if you're just trying to maneuver it, to park it or get into a sell point. But when you come to actually drive the thing, you definitely need to make sure it's unlocked, because it doesn't steer properly. Maybe on a with a bigger tractor it might do, because a bigger tractor will obviously be able to really manhandle it and pull it wherever it wants. The tractor will dictate to the helper will dictate. But I need to go and empty the contract, the worker, because he's doing the contract for the week now. Yeah, picking up the grass certainly is fun, especially if you use the starting equipment that the map gives you. I'm just going to leave it at that. I'm not going to say any more about some of the equipment, because there's people who will start to attract me and accuse me of complaining, like they love to. But the plough, that definitely got sold the minute I logged in. I was like, I am not using that fucking thing. What a waste of time. Need to follow this path round, don't I? It's a very weird setup on this map, because when you first spawn in, Mr. Helgi, you don't get any, you don't own any normal fields, so you can't do any normal crops. You can't do any normal, you don't have like a harvester or anything. You literally get the cows and the grass, and that's it. So that's how this map wants you to start. It wants you to start out as a cow farmer, doing your grass, and then maybe later on move into regular crops. Whereas obviously most maps in the game tend to start you the opposite way, where you start out with fields and you do farming, and then eventually once you've built up a bit of money, people go into doing animals. Problem I have now is I don't know where I can store grass and things, straw, because I don't have a multi-fruit silo. I'm using the default silo and I don't have any modded silos installed, so I can't put my straw. So this silo to me seems like a complete waste of space. Can I sell that silo? I can. Gone. Done. Got rid of it. Because that to me seems like a waste of time, having a silo if I don't have normal crops. And I can't store grass and hay and straw. So I might as well sell the silo and then be able to unload my fucking hell. How much straw? I've still got another field to pick up in a minute. Because I'll have the one that the contractor's doing now as well. Oh, I didn't think that through, did I? I didn't think that through. Thought I'd best get some straw, because I'm going to need straw to do the contracts. To do TMR for the cows. However, I seem to have rather a lot of straw now. just completely and utterly filled up my yard with straw. But anyway, I will finish this. I'll finish this contract. We'll get the stuff sold. And then I'll probably take a bit of a break because I've been playing now for 6 hours and 10 minutes. So I do need to take a break soon for sanity and get some food and some water. And also, like I say, I do need to go and spend a bit of time with my mum because it's her birthday today, so I need to go and, you know, show me face and say, hi mum, happy birthday. Because I've literally, since I woke up, I've been straight on this doing this. So I need to go and do the family thing as well for a bit. I might be back online later. I might be back on stream later. I might do some more Football Manager 2021, the early access beta. I might stream a bit more of that tonight for those of you that are inclined to like football and sports and are... No, look, stupid worker, you have not finished the field at all. Don't tell me tales. There's a whole strip of stuff there that you've not harvested. Patch 1.7, Giants release note said, we've made helpers more intelligent. Yeah, right. You show me an intelligent helper in this game, and I'm going to show you how wrong you are. I do like the fact though that course play can work the fields on this map. I find that amazing. Yeah. Dinner time, dinner time, dinner time, dinner time, dinner time. The only thing I do notice is with that hand mower, when a worker is using it, they don't hold the handlebars properly. However, when you, the player, use it, you hold it properly and you steer it properly. Which is one of the reasons why I'm not focusing too much on the lady doing the mowing. Because it just looks a bit weird. The animation looks a bit weird. But when Dolores was driving the mower at the beginning of the stream, it all worked very well. I was very impressed. I thought it was quite unique. As I say, so far, when it comes to like the electric tractor, it drives nice. I can't say how long the battery lasts for and how long you have to charge it, because so far I've been using it and the needle's barely moved. It's barely moved. So it's like, interesting. So I don't know whether the electric tractors suffer from the same thing as the vanilla tractors, whereby they don't use a lot of fuel unless you use a mod to increase the fuel. And if that's the case, I wonder whether we will need, or whether we will see a mod come out that increases the you know, the battery discharge speed, that makes it so your battery doesn't last as long and you have to charge up your tractor more often. I wonder if that will be a thing that we see for this game. I know there's already a mod come out for the game, which came out on the mod hub a couple of days ago, to do solar electric, whereby if you're driving the vehicle in the daytime, it doesn't use the battery. But if you are driving at night, where there's no sunshine, it uses the battery. I want to be in here somewhere. I'm pleased it picked this sell point, because like I say, there are a couple of contracts where the sell point requires you to put the crop into one of the railway silos, and then you need to pick the train. You need to get the train, fill up the train, and then you have to drive the train all the way over here to the Felsbrunn grain mill. I'm not a big fan of that. Like I say, honest, when I played Estanciola Pacho, that had a sell point called the Transport Company, which was right up in the top left-hand corner of the map. And that required you to use the train to sell there. Which was... It was nice, don't get me wrong. It gave you a reason to use the train. But I just think on this map, for most of your crops and stuff, you've only got 3 sell points. And if one of those is the train, that only leaves you with 2. And from what I've seen so far of the price screen, it seems like the train sell point is the highest. So it's kind of like trying to tempt you into using the train if you want the best price. Whereas the other 2 sell points are not quite as good. So that's the straw picked up. Excellent work. I do love that mod. That's a great mod. Contracts are complete, so we will cash those in. The harvesters have gone. Wow. Fields have been instantly cultivated and instantly reseeded. Look at that. It's like, come on, game. Even I can't seed that fast. Even I can't seed that fast if I'm cheat speeding. You know? That takes the mick a little bit, game. But basically, today I've hand mowed one field. We've then picked up the grass and done all that. We windrowed it. We collected it. We put it in the silage building and stuff. I then ploughed the field just as a test and limed it, which got rid of the needs plough, it needs lime. I then reseeded it with grass. So that's all good to go. And like I say, I've had the worker then doing the I've had the worker on the big grass field, the super awesome duper uber grass field all afternoon after that. And like I say, it's taking her that long. The field's like regrown. I'm just making a mess now. I'm just making a mess. That's a lot of straw. That's a lot of straw. Hope you're hungry, cows. Because guess what's on the menu? Oh boy. Right, shall we try collecting some of this grass? Where's the poor lady? Where's she gone? Has the mower finally broken? Because I tell you what, the mower was like knackered last time I checked. It's took her that long to harvest the field. She's completely worn the mower out. I don't even know where she's gone now. Where is she? I was doing all this bit, so she must be over the far side somewhere. But it's taken her that long to do this. Again, got no idea where I'm going to put this grass. Definitely going to need a multi-fruit silo on this map, I think, most players. Most players will need to get a multi-fruit silo for storing all the stuff. There's the lady. She's over there. Look, I can see her. I can see her. There she is. Oh, I get what. Oh well, she's doing this. She's done this all a bit weird. I'm just gonna say that the woman's done it very weird. She's like doing this bit, and then she's gonna go back up and do the other side of the field. Is she? And she did a couple of headlands. I'm just going to get in your way a bit there, love. Just drive around you. You can see she's mowed a big chunk of the field. She hasn't done this bottom half yet either, so she kind of after she did the headland, she started in the middle of the field and then started working up, which seems a bit of a backwards way of doing it. But apart from that, all is going well. Definitely a different way of playing the game. This mod, this DLC definitely gives you a different starting out in game. Completely different feel. The fact that you're not doing regular crops. You don't start with any fields. You already have animals in the pen that you have to look after. They kind of throw you in at the deep end with that. Which is, like I say, very different. Very, very different from how every other map and every other save game starts. As far as actually, like, being able to make the map your own, I don't know what this map offers in terms of, like, placeable support. Whether there are any large areas where you can put your own buildings down. And like for people who want to add the other animals later on, like sheep, pigs, chickens, etc. I don't know if there's anywhere on the map that you're going to be able to place those. I'll just do a quick save here. Just a quick save game, because I'm gonna log out in a minute anyway, because my dinner's ready and I want to take a break. I'm not really seeing any kind of placeable areas unless down here there's a bit of an area for you, but I don't think you can buy that land. So I don't know if you can place stuff on it. There's definitely like sheds and stuff everywhere, but I don't know if you can buy them. Like obviously the farm area. And then there's a bunch of buildings over here on this road. Where's that? That's over this way, isn't it? It might just be houses, you know. Yeah, they're houses. It's where people live, so you're not going to be able to place animal pens on like this area. Now, whether you choose maybe to take one of your grass fields, flatten a great big chunk of it and use that for placeables, that is obviously something you can do. But very weird. It's a weird setup. Like I say, your starting farm, actually building-wise, is very small. You've only got 2 sheds. One for your stuff. And you get this shed over here, which has sort of a little bit of stuff in it, including your mower. Then you've got, obviously, the great big cow barn they give you. And then, obviously, your house. And that's it. That's about the extent of your property. Or they give you a water tank to obviously be able to provide water to your cows if you're not using animal pen extension. I'm using animal pen extension, so I probably won't need the water tank. I could probably sell that and place a mixing building there, food mixer for the cows to make cow food. And then obviously you've got your charging station over here to recharge your electric tractor. Then they give you a small silage bunker for making your silage. But yeah, definitely a different type of map to what we're used to in Farm Sim. There's only 25 normal fields on the map, and they're not very big, as we've seen from the 2 contracts. So I'm going to go now, folks. I'm going to take a break. I'm going to see you all later on, maybe this evening, after I've had dinner and after I've done the whole, you know, good son family thing. And then I'll be back later on. Hope you've enjoyed today's stream, everybody. Hope you've enjoyed this look at me playing with the new DLC. I will hopefully see you all again very soon. Goodbye for now.